And I'm live. It's alive. My creation is alive. Okay. Baroness von Frankenstein. Oh, yeah, I've done that before. I have created monsters in my time. Yeah. Some of you have told me you really like my bangs. That's great. They're kind of bothering me, so I'm putting them off to the side. But yeah, I like them, except, they're kind of beginning to bother me a little. But anyway, um, so had kind of a busy weekend, but it was nice. The weather has now turned kind of gloomy, or I would be starting to do things outside. Of course, I could change that, but I have a feeling we really need the rain. This is Ohio after all, and we're very green and very wet, so it's very normal for us to have a lot of water at this time. So I'm just kind of letting it go. But eventually, I'd like to start having shows out on the patio or outside. But we did have a pretty nice weekend, I gotta say. And so you gotta be thankful for that. And I got to see some people I don't normally see, and it was just nice. Um, so, anyway, what's going on? Just a little bit of news in the news. We've got the worm is turning. Things are changing. Um, Lots of things are changing, and it's very noticeable. Now we're on the road to big changes, just as promised. And I've been saying spring is going to be a very tumultuous time, but it looks like things don't really fall completely until. And I'm going to do a reading about that they don't go splat until fall. That's when they really go splat. I mean, you know, although it's building up to that. And then how do we, what do we do once things go splat? Well, eventually we're all going to be way better off. But uh, there might be a tricky time in between there. Interesting the timing of everything, though, isn't it? How we get a spring surprise and all of this about the crime family syndicate running the place is coming up just about the time he's saying, "Hey, I'm going to give it another go," as he forgets how to read a teleprompter and shakes hands with ghosts. I always wonder about that. Do you think maybe he's seeing a reptilian or something that we can't see trying to shake hands with him? I don't know. Nah, can't be that. Anyway, so things are percolating right along. And as I said, I felt like we were bumping up against, yeah, we are on park property now, in our trip. Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Oh, we're on the property now. Hmm. Yeah, you can see through the trees some of the displays, some of the rides, a few of the rides. Yeah, you can start to see that now. That's the way it was when we went to Cedar Point or somewhere. It would be like from the road, sometimes through the trees, you'd get a glimpse of one display or one ride or something. You know, I was like, oh yeah, look, that's that thing. That's the log ride. Yeah. So, yeah, we're on the way. And it's all for the good. But in the meantime, I'm going to warn you again. There are some things that are going to come out that are going to be even more horrendous than we thought. And we need to be prepared. Hey, Scotty. Oh, you're present. You are a present, Scotty. You hoser. No, you are a present. How you doing? So I really feel like we are getting there. And we are, like I said, we're like in the parking lot. Practically, we're on the property. We're practically in the parking lot. We're getting there. We just have to go through a little bit more crap, for lack of a better word, than, I mean, but I am telling you, there are going to be things coming out, and we think we know some. We've been awake, right? We've been looking at the theories. We've been looking into stuff, and we think we know something. I'm telling you right now, we don't know everything. We don't even know close to everything. It's going to be even worse than we think. I think what's been going on is going to look even darker than we thought, but it's going to come out. And that is the first step to actually clearing it out, which is why I'm offering free clearings and things to get us ready for this, because all that's going to happen, because if we have ourselves clear, we can help. It helps the whole world to have more people who are clear and who have some idea, how to handle things. I mean, we got to have some sane people left. So, I don't know if you could really count us in that or exactly, but oh, you got your waders on. Yeah, that log ride, that swamp, maybe there's a swamp ride too. Hey, no, just the carnival Dr. No. Mm. Eh, no. Eh, no, eh, no. Do, 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 do. Oh dear. I love my little cowboy, but I should have taken my allergy pill. Where are you, cowboy? Oh, he's back there. He's back there practicing. He's he's already thinks he's perfected his lounging skills for the lounging championship. Now he's working on winning the snoozing championship. And he's doing a wonderful job. I mean, he trains for that most of the day now. So he's shooting for higher things than just the lounging championship. Now he's going for the snoozing, which is much more difficult. Oh, thank you very much. You've listened to some of my past lives? Sane, yeah, I know. What is here's the thing. If you're considered sane in a completely insane society, what does that make you? So we have to it's almost like an epithet to say, oh, you seem so sane in this in this society. That's completely bonkers. So it's us crazy people who are probably people that they think are crazy. It's a funny thing. I believe the saying is very smart people will look crazy to very stupid people. So if you look crazy to stupid people, you might be very smart. Something to think about. Well, thank you. No, I really appreciate it. We're never gonna survive unless we are a little crazy. Seal said it. I think he was right. We're never gonna survive unless we get a little crazy. Because that's what you need to survive in crazy clown world, upside down. It's full of clowns, it's upside down. But it keeps going round and round. I don't know, I guess I'll make a song about it one day. You just read that. Oh, how cool is that? Yeah, we got to be crazy to choose to come here. I know. We must be like the Marines or something, right? No, I mean, it's true. We must be like the Marines. I mean, the Marines know they're crazy. They're all crazy and they know who they are. If you say, you're crazy, they'll say, yeah, we know. We must be something like that, or the Peace Corps, right? Must be like the Peace Corps, something like that, something weird, you know, where the people are kind of, you got to be kind of crazy to take this on. Um, I'm not crazy, I'm just a little impaired. I know right now you don't care. I'm not crazy, I'm just a little unwell. I know right now you can't tell. I remember that song. You just read that. Yeah, it's seriously, you can't be you can't be completely sane and get anywhere in this society. You just can't. So, you know, you can't stay ahead of it. I've had to dodge and bob and weave a lot of things from a lot, you know, there's been a lot coming at me in this life. I've had so many times when I seriously had a chance of dying. And I mean, you know, serious. There's been so many times when I've had very, very, very close calls. And if it wasn't for my intuition and my ability to pivot, I would have been dead like 28 times a long time ago. You know, years ago, I would have been maybe 100 times. So, you know, that's part of our. Hi, Linda. How you doing? That's part of why I'm trying to um, help us get our super godlike powers back. Is because we really need them in this mess. You know, we really need at least some of them to be online. Um, I'm so glad that Max Vision is doing the remote viewing thing because I kind of feel like doing a little bit of that here, but uh, you know, Max does such a good job with it. He does a good job. I tried it a few times and did a crappy job. I guess I could get better with practice, though. But we may do some of that. We may do some looking into things like that. Yeah, crazy, crazy for being so lonely. Yeah, I'm crazy, crazy for being so blue. Or actually, I'm kind of pink right now. Magenta, magenta. No, not at all. Have you seen Rocky Horror? No, not at all. Anyway, that's magenta. Uh, so you like my style? Well, that's very cool. Yeah, Matchbox 20. I actually like the band. They're a good band. Um, they really, I mean, we're beginning to see why they sing some of the songs they do. I mean, let's face it, when you realize what people go through that are famous, that are in the music industry, that are in the entertainment industry, even in the media at all, when you realize some of the pressures It's pretty serious. It's pretty scary. I mean, Um, so basically, I'm going to run the intro. I want to say, welcome. I'm D Ocean of D Ocean's Deep Blue, and I want to welcome you to the show. And I'm going to say, remember, this is just tips, tricks, and hacks for playing that massively multiplayer, total immersion, holofractal VR learning game called Life on Planet Earth. And it really has nothing to do with real life, which takes place outside the Matrix. So, and yes, I use a lot of humor to teach and to do things. I kind of have to do that. So I'm going to, hey, Michelle Cannon Free. How you doing, sweetheart? How's your son? I'm going to run the intro and then we'll get started. So far we got first in Scotty and then No, and then Michelle Cannon Free and Linda Bennett. And Linda Bennett, maybe she even broke it a couple of times. Yeah, yeah. I really think, yeah, he is an extremely patient man. He's very, very, very patient. Far more, I'm pretty patient with people too, but far more than I usually run into. John is very patient with us, but he's kind of crazy too. So you can tell him I said that. He won't care. Usually people go, "Don't tell him I said that." It's like, you can tell him. He doesn't care. He doesn't give a rat's patootie. It's same with me. It's like somebody says you're kind of crazy. It's like, okay, so what's new? Tell me something I don't know. People have said that all my life. She's kind of strange. But then they also later on come up and say, you remember when you said this? Well, kind of vaguely. What was that? 30 years ago? Yeah, you were right. It's like, really? Oh, cool. I said something wrong. Yeah, you were right about a lot of things. Oh, really? Cool. Well, crazy, but prescient. Yeah, you know what? You can be patient when you're strong. Okay, Linda, I'll remember not to talk behind your back then. I'm kidding. Never talk behind your back. Yeah, I think so too. I think you got to be strong to be patient. No says most artists must realize their work is worth more after they die, and the masters state that in simple terms. Yes. So they might take you out just to raise your rating. Learning not to care is lifting your patience. Yeah. I know what you mean, Scotty. It's like, you know what? It's funny too, because I have noticed that on a certain level, I do care very deeply, or I wouldn't be doing all this stuff that I do. I would never have come here. I would never have done all this stuff. I must care very deeply, but I am emotionally different now. Things don't affect me. When I hear that somebody died, I'm like, well, that's, I'm sorry for you. That's very sad. But I don't feel it like I used to. You know, it doesn't feel the same. It doesn't really. But there are things that do affect me very much. Like I teared up when I saw that movie that I did. There are parts of it that really evoke a lot of feelings in me. And there are some songs that I do that it's all I can do to keep from crying. So it's not that I don't have feelings, it's just that I'm so used to now, I'm 65. I'm used to people telling me somebody's died. I'm so used to it that I think I'm to the point where well, you know, maybe that's it. Maybe I'm just used to hearing it now. And I kind of am steeling myself against because I know there's going to be a lot more. And we know why. It was because of the old jibbity jib jab. So, and the C word that they unleashed on the populace, plus the jibbity jib jab, yeah, it's going to decimate a lot of the population, along with other stuff, along with the fact that they're mutilating people in the name of inclusiveness of all things. Yeah. So, you gotta be able to stay calm. Sometimes I get pretty heated. You've seen some of it. Most of the time, sharp as a spoon, soft like sandpaper. Is that your vision of? Is that your version of float like a butterfly, sting like a bee, or something? Uh, no. Yes, good to see everybody. Hi, James Ortiz. How you doing? Yeah, because staying calm in the midst of all this crazy shit is is an art, really. It is. It's I I mostly do. I mostly stay calm. Sometimes things really piss me off though. And I hope you don't mind when sometimes I speak my freaking mind, especially about certain people, you know, that I have to be careful naming because I happen to be on the tube. And Nathaniel, Nathan, happy birthday. Happy birthday to Nate. Happy birthday to Nate. Happy birthday, dear Nate. Happy birthday to you. So I'm glad James showed up. We have a few people, it's by my, not my, 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 my. I did I, da 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 da. Oh, Lila La, yeah, that song, The Boxer, not to be confused with The Briefs. The Boxer by Paul Simon. I think of that every time I see somebody in this regime speak. I think of that song, The Boxer. Lie, 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 lie. Right? I mean, that's all you hear. And if they don't believe it the first time, say it again. And tell another lie, or keep repeating the same lie over and over until people start believing it. And some people will, they'll get hypnotized and start believing it. Just keep lying and lying and lying and lying and lying and lying. Yeah, that's what we got. I watch the same freaking lies get repeated over and over. Like, we're going to believe it. And I guess some people do believe them. Some of us have grown up a little bit and realized that, yeah, I'm sorry, Santa is a old fat drunk wino that they hired, that Macy's hired. It smells like booze. At some point you figure that out, right? Hmm. Right, right. Rinse and repeat. It is. It's rinse and repeat every time. Oh, your small dog is teaching you compassion. Oh, that's sweet. Animals will. Animals will teach you compassion. Having animals will teach you compassion. And if they don't, there's something wrong with you. I mean that. There's something wrong with you if animals don't bring out the compassionate nature in you. And I think, you know what? I even think I would have to say it's important, and I would advise that pretty much every kid should have some kind of pet that they need to take care of to teach them how to take care of things. Some kind of pet if they want a pet. I think it's a very good thing for a kid to have a pet and be responsible for the pet, to learn how to be responsible. You know what I'm saying? And also to learn things like compassion, unconditional love, because our pets usually do give us a lot of unconditional love. So, keep hearing that song, Dee. No kidding. That's all I hear. Lie, lie, lie. It's like, when we used to watch the Peanuts, not peanuts, peanuts, peanut, peanuts cartoons, and they would have the teacher, wasn't it the Peanuts, where the teacher would go wah 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 wah. Well, why here whenever Let's Go Brandon speaks is la 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 la. That's all I hear. It's like, oh, there he goes lying again. Look at that. Look at that cute little lie. Tell me lies, tell me sweet little lies. They're not very sweet lies. Yeah, like a goldfish. Let's start with something like a goldfish. Goldfish, is easy. Unless it's hecklefish, right? But you gotta get a nice little goldfish or something. That's easy enough to take care of, or maybe a betta fish, betta fish. Maybe a betta fish is a betta fish. I don't know. or guppies. Guppies are easy. Also, so some little creature to take care of that they need to feed and have compassion with, yeah, and patience. In order to teach them that, I think that's always a good thing. And, you know, certain lessons that we teach our kids are very important, especially in the first 5 years. And this is a fact, in the first 5 years or so, kids are in kind of a hypnotic state. And whatever they're learning in the first 5 years or so, like 5 to 7 years, that's going deep. There, that starts to get baked in, you know. And that's why I do all these clearings and stuff, is because chances are, if you're having any issues in your life, any troubles, a lot of stuff was packed into that lovely subconscious years during those years when you were in a hypnotic state. And I mean, I guess that's something nature does so that you learn. I mean, all young animals, and I've seen this particularly when we had a litter of cats, kittens and young cats, they will try to copy everything. That's where they get the term copycat. Cats are very big on trying to do everything you do. Okay, they'll try to do it. When they're young, they're learning how to live, so they copy what they see, right? So I guess that's a necessary thing. But, when you have a lot of things instilled in you at that age that aren't good for your survival and good for your health and good for your well-being and everything, then we got to clear that out. Oh, your ex talks the same way. Wow, 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 wow. No, no, you can't take your fish for a walk, right? No, you can't walk if you can't get a little tiny leash for your fish and walk your fish. No, yeah, might forget to swim, might forget how to swim. And then he might be so tired that he sleeps for a very, very long time. Yeah. Well, you know what you could do? You could just put a leash around the bowl and put the bowl on a surfboard or not a surfboard, it's a skateboard, and walk him that way, I suppose. Walking my goldfish. But that's me. That's how my mind works. If you must walk your goldfish, but I hate to tell you, he's got to stay in water. You can walk your goldfish. Just walking the fish. Yeah. Yeah, that's a lesson. That would be a lesson, wouldn't it? So basically, if you haven't heard it before, I'm going to give you uh, the iceberg story. For one thing, I'm likening our subconscious and our consciousness, kind of like two things actually, an iceberg and an onion. Okay. And the onion is kind of easy to see. It's all of this stuff is on you in layers. It's like it's on in layers. And you peel a layer off, and then when something similar comes up again, you think you didn't do anything, but you did, because it's just another layer of it coming up. Like taking the paint off a very, very old piece of furniture or something, right? Yeah, it's a little like that too. But the thing is onions are a good thing to use, because onions can also make you cry. And yeah, uh, trying to peel your subconscious junk off can make you cry too. because there's a shadow side to that. There's a shadow side to all of us, and it's perfectly normal to have it. And you got to deal with darkness. I mean, we're in duality. Everything runs on duality, just like a computer. Positive, negative, yes, no, zeros, ones. It's all duality here. And I think these people that are saying they're non-binary are maybe trying to get beyond that. I don't know. But whatever they're doing, this plane that we're on right now. It's a binary plane. I'm sorry. And that's the way it works. Hey, Mary wins. So you're going to be male or female, and you're going to be, you know, one thing or another. Of course, we're all a mixture of things, you know, but really there are extremes. And interestingly, the opposite of love is not hate. The opposite of love is actually fear, because fear is repulsion and love is attraction. So even that. So whichever one you're in the most is going to determine how you go through life. I was in a lot of fear. Although I had a lot of love, I also had a lot of fear. Um, I think part of what happened to me is maybe chart progression had something to do with it, with me changing, because I am very different. Yeah, everything can be interpreted, and it is true. So the iceberg, yeah, iceberg onions. It's like iceberg lettuce. That's right. Yeah, it's like iceberg lettuce. Um, the thing about the iceberg is there's more under the surface than there is on top. You're only seeing the tip, just the tip, just the tip. That's what he said. But you really don't see the whole thing. Underneath the surface is where most of it's your subconscious, and it's the bigger part, really, and it's also making a lot of weight so that you only see the tip, right? So the more you get junk you get out of melted out of your iceberg, so to speak, your subconscious, um, you'll be more buoyant. Your consciousness will be more buoyant. More will rise to the surface. You'll be able to see more. But that's a plus and a minus, right? Because, as it comes to the surface, you're going to see crud in there and you're going to go, oh man, it's nasty. I got to get that out of there, right? So that's why it's sort of like an iceberg. Is There's so much of it, the most of it, the bigger part of it, what's running your life is down there in the subconscious, which is why we're clearing out your subconscious, because that's where most of this shit lives, right? That is screwing you up, you know, as you go along in life and tripping you up. That's where it's living. We got to get it out of there. Oh, you saw the crystal score? Yeah, I was tired last night. I went home. Went home. I went to bed. Maybe I went home too. I don't know. Maybe I got on a ship and was gone for a while last night. I don't know. Just like the term. Oh yeah, just like the term asexual, they have rebranded to mean frigid. Yeah. Well, I have said this. No, they're babbling our words again. They keep constantly babbling us, and we've got to keep track of it, because the more they babble us, like woke. Come on, these people aren't woke. They're hypnotized. They're freaking hypnotized. There ain't anything woke there. Woke? They sure aren't awakened. If they were, they'd be able to see what the heck is happening to them. I'm sorry, but you know, the word woke. The word rainbow means something different. When I was young, very young, rainbow was merely a symbol of hope. It was a symbol of hope, and it was a covenant with God. The God wasn't going to kill the world with a flood anymore. That's what the rainbow meant. It was a symbol of hope. So, very positive. Then rainbow became a term for multiracial. Still not bad, still not bad. Nothing to worry about here. Okay, that's fine. So then people began calling mixed blooded children rainbow kids. Okay, fine. Or rainbow relationships or whatever. Then we had gay people of various sorts, gay, lesbian, the alphabet, whatever. And they come in and take it over like they take over many things, words. And now it's still not that bad. Okay, I can kind of see that. But then they bring in all of this very weird, uh, completely out of reality. Completely, I mean, okay, I'm telling you facts that are going to help you that sound way out there, but I'm telling you stuff that's doable, provably doable. They're coming up with stuff like pregnant men. You cannot have a pregnant man. You cannot be a man and get pregnant. Can't do it. They don't know basic biology. They don't know basic physics. And then they call themselves woke when they're hypnotized. And I don't think it's so much that and they think people hate them. They think everybody hates them. It's not that everybody hates you because you're gay or something. Maybe they might not like if you're trying to influence their kids, change their way of life, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. There's things they won't like. Yeah. It's like your rights stop right about where I am standing, then I have my rights too, you know. So really we got to give everybody their space and stuff, but it's just with the wokies, it just goes on and on. It's like there's no end. There's no end to, the madness. Uh, and so it's gone way beyond any sense of reason at all, you know. Oh boy. Okay, let me see what we've got here. I've been ranting for a minute. The reality, there are men and women. Right. I mean, this is what we're given. This is what we're given when we come here. You could be a woman or a man. Very few people are born both. A few are, but by puberty, they have to decide what they want to be or they get kind of screwed up. Yeah. And actually, there was somebody here in Kent who was a true hermaphrodite. But when they came near puberty, they had to choose because otherwise they would be neither. Trinary, ternary system. Yeah, an acronym, honest. Yeah, that's the thing. And it's like they think that this is the most important thing in the world. And that's part of the problem. They're so self-important. There are so many other things in the world that need to be addressed, you know, and it's very selfish. A lot of it's very selfish. And I think a lot of it is not hating the person, but maybe hating the way they're doing things. Yeah, good luck trying to change the rules that govern reality. Yeah. Well, I make it even simpler. Really, if you want to make it, if you want to really simplify, there are three ways of going with your sexuality, and that's for anybody, and it would be like this. You like women, or you like men, or you like both. And that's it. That's it. That's all there is to it. That's it. You like men, you like women, or you like both. That's pretty simple. You know, I mean, that way, that's perfectly understandable, right? I mean, uh, it's like, but if you like, say, I like chocolate ice cream, I don't like raspberry. You ain't getting me to eat raspberry. So, sorry, my palate just doesn't like raspberry. So don't try and make me eat raspberry ice cream, damn it. Okay? It just ain't gonna work. I mean, in any direction you go with that. So nothing really against real raspberry ice cream. No real raspberries were hurt in the production of this video. Yeah, most people can't even return their shopping cart properly. Oh God. Oh, if you were born with both sets of organs, you'd be your own best friend. There you go. You could date yourself. I date myself frequently, but not in that exact way. Uh, yeah, well, there are stories that we were both at one time, that we were both, and it could actually be argued that because, the Christians will look to the Bible and they'll say, well, it says right here in the Bible, male and female, he made them. He made them male and female. Okay, but you could also read that as see the Elohim is a plural, a masculine singular, single, a plural feminine. So it's masculine, feminine, and plural, like people, kind of. So when you're talking about they just could have easily have been made male and female because there are stories about a time before when people were male and female, but that time is over, long gone. If that ever existed, it's long over. Actually, in the womb for a short time, we are both. And then the hormones take over and do their job, and one set of organs atrophy, and the other set flourish, and then you have a male or a female. And that's what that's all about. And that's just the way it is. That's the way it functions now. However, it used to be in the old days, is in some lost civilization time, we've got nothing left of that to prove that. So, you know, but ever since, if there was a split, if they got split, they've been split ever since, and you have the polarity. And this is a dimension of polarity. We're in a world of polarity. This what this world runs on. Ones and zeros, and that's what it runs on. So there's no yeah, keep the kids out of it, honestly. I think that's what most of us want. Keep our kids out of this experiment of yours. You know, I mean, there are actually stories of how the human race got split into two genders, into two sexes. And really, it's sexes. It's really not genders, it's sexes. We got split into two sexes. Now, one of them is the ancient Greeks said the gods did it. They don't go into great detail about it, I guess. But they said the gods did it. The gods split males and females into two so that they could enjoy coming back together again. And that was their story, and they were sticking to it for a very long time. But then there's a tribe that says they remember the time when everybody was one. And then basically what boils down to aliens came. These people came that were very powerful, that herded them into different tunnels, different caves. And from one cave, you would emerge one thing, and from the other cave, you'd emerge the other thing. And that at first, men and women were very afraid of each other because they didn't look the same anymore. They looked entirely different. And so there was a lot of fear between them for a while. So, and they have stories about that time. So it wasn't really what it sounds like to me is if it did exist, sounds like freaking aliens came and said, hey, how this is the way they seem to work. Hey, you got a problem here. We can fix it for you. You know what your problem is? You need to be two genders. You need to be two sexes. That's what you need. That'll fix you up fine. Everything will be great. Just trust us. That kind of thing. Because everything they offer like that, how many times have they given us something and it's turned out to kill us, control us, screw us up in some way? It's, like the bully who does things to the kid who, is not very aware of what's going on and just, beats the crap out of them, really. I mean, that's what it's been like. They haven't given us very much that is really good for us, or at least for the most part. They, every time they launch a new thing that's supposed to help us these days, I'm immediately suspicious. Gardasil, that came out, I'm like, uh-oh, watch out for that. Watch out for that. That was another one of those things. Well, you could get a deadly disease. Well, yeah, I'm betting Gardasil's going to end up being deadly itself. Yes, and what happened? That was another thing I was right about. And you know what? It doesn't really take, in some cases, it doesn't take very much to be right. All you have to do is see the pattern. You see the pattern. They come up, I can see the problem they're going to try and solve next. You'll see a problem, people will start talking about a particular problem. And then the next thing you know, they've got something to cure that, to help that problem. How do we know they didn't make that problem in the first place? And has it ever been more clear than, the last 3 or so years? That's exactly what they do. It's all snake oil. They make an artificial problem. And then they sell you an artificial solution. that may even make your problem worse. That's the pattern. And so I don't really even have to be that psychic to figure this out. I just have to be able to see the pattern. I just have to be psychic enough to see the pattern. Just have to be observant enough, really, to see the pattern. They do it every single freaking time. They make a problem. I'm pretty sure they're making the problem, and they're giving you a solution that doesn't really work. It enslaves you more, or it kills you. You know, because hey, we're the biggest experiment ever. I mean, we're even a petri dish that cleans itself afterwards with a reset, right? We get that uh, solar flare, something happens, and we get scorched, and the petri dish gets cleaned, and then you can start over again with some other experiment. Isn't it just perfect for someone unscrupulous? So, that's the way I've seen it. Right. And really consciousness is your mind, your thoughts, you know, and your consciousness is what makes things. Your consciousness creates. And that's all there really is to it. Your consciousness creates things. Nothing would exist without it. And No says 3 womb men on an island with everything they need will produce a child within 100 years or less, a million immortal men. In a million years, they'll produce an automaton. Oh my goodness. Interesting thinking. Yeah, anything is possible. But if we're playing the Matrix game that we're playing on wonderful old Earth here, there are some rules to this game. However, we can step outside some of the rules. And some of the rules are bendable and some of the rules are hackable. However, you're not going to hack your way into some of this stuff that they're proposing, not the way that they're going, not the way that they're doing it. That isn't the way it happens. There are even rules to how you hack your way out. One. Oh, yeah. So what was I talking about? Yeah, there are rules to even hacking your way out of here and turning on God mode. Like I said, if there's a way to turn on super hacked God mode, I'm doing it. I'm going to do it. Sure, I am. Mm-hmm. So that's why, and now I'm going to offer you, I'm going to do some clearings. And for those of you who are new and haven't done this before with me, this is something I learned from Access Consciousness, my teacher, Rika Zimmerman, who now owns her own island, by the way. She got so good at this that she owns her own island. And she beat cancer, and she contracted cancer and beat it. So she's doing fine now. But, and Dane here, who has his own castle, he now has his own castle. That's what he wanted. Here's another Access Consciousness. He's one of the co-founders, Gary Douglas. So basically, I'm going to use that technique, adapted from that. And in that technique, and this is the one that they teach you for free. This is the first thing you learn. The two things, well, there's a couple that you learn right away. And that is who's whose emotion is this? Because honestly, you pick up, you don't realize it, but you can actually pick up on other people's emotions without knowing people's thoughts. We're taught that we can't do that, and that's part of the problem is we don't know we're doing it. And because we don't know we're doing it, we don't know what's ours and what's somebody else's a lot of times, which may be what happens in the case of some of these people. You know, maybe they're just very empathic and don't know that those feelings are not actually their own. What if that's the case? But one of the ways you can hack that, see, because we're all really empathic, we don't know it. We've been taught that that doesn't happen. That's not true. And science has done us a great disservice that way. We are all, to a certain extent, empathic, very empathic, if we allow it to happen. If we understand what we're doing, then we can use it wisely. Otherwise, it can control our lives. Like they used an example, I think it was Dane here, used an example of a woman who she'd go to work and she just couldn't stop eating donuts. She'd just, they'd bring in donuts and she had such a hard time resisting the donuts until she realized that she was eating donuts for everybody. Everybody wanted donuts in the office. She was hungry for everybody. And when she cleared that, she stopped, she could stop at one donut suddenly. She no longer had the hunger for everybody's hunger, all during the day. So really, she was getting busted by everybody else's feelings. She was picking up on everybody else's feelings. And it happens that way in mob mentality too. The mobs, they all start picking up on each other's feelings, and then they all start generating, a big ball of confusion, and pretty soon it's just mass pandemonium, and that's what happens. If we knew how to deal with that better, we could control that better. We wouldn't have to get caught up in everybody else's drama. That's the thing, is not getting caught in everybody else's drama, which I think I'm getting better at. Like I said, I'm not now. People tell me things. I can be compassionate. I can say, gee, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to hear that. That must be here. I'm sliding right off of my seat here because I'm leaning forward too much. I can now say, gee, I'm really sorry to hear that. That must really suck. That must really hurt, But I no longer, I can put up a little fence here that says, "Hi, neighbor. This is me, and that's you." And okay, and I can help you with that, but it's like this is my yard, and this is my reality, and my feelings, and there's a difference. So and that when you get to that point, it's really helpful because if you're an empathic type, oh my God, your life's going to be hard, and all empaths say this. Yeah. Yes, we are. Exactly. No. Bit by bit, we're going to hack this mainframe. We're hacking it. We are. Um, so one of the things that they say to do is when you're feeling something out of the blue, or when you're feeling something, especially if you're not sure if it's yours, what you can do is say, who does this belong to? You can actually ask, who does this belong to? And whether you get an answer, a clear answer or not, you say in your mind, or maybe out loud if nobody's listening, you can say, I send it back with consciousness attached, which means I'm giving them back this energy with with some understanding, some consciousness, some, you know, in the hopes maybe they can clear this up for themselves. But it's just basically getting it off of you, off of your back. So you just say, you ask the question, who does this belong to? And then you just send it back with consciousness attached and possibly awareness, consciousness, whatever you want to call it. Okay. And if you do that and things feel lighter and you feel better, then definitely that was somebody else's thing. And if you have to keep doing it, sometimes you have to keep doing it. Like Rika was saying, she was at a dinner party where she had to do it all the time. She had to do it constantly, like every 5 minutes, because people were emoting like crazy. And she had to, like, every 5 minutes say, okay, who does this belong to? I send it back with consciousness attached. And absolutely separate herself from it so that she wouldn't be affected. Well, yeah, basically. I mean, the fallopian tubes, um, basically, okay, there are, you actually do, if you're a female, right, a biological female, Michelle Canterbury, you have a very tiny set of male organs inside of you right now. So do I. Very tiny. They didn't develop. They're still there. They will be there. They didn't develop because once your gender, your sex is decided, uh, not at birth, but long before that, certain hormones begin to flow. Once certain hormones begin to flow, you're going to be a male or a female. And in your case and in my case, it was female hormones that flew. Okay. And that is how that happened. I mean, you still got them. They're still there. So basically, it's the same way with you guys. Uh, you you've got everything, a vagina, a clit, everything, a womb, and fallopian tubes, the whole thing, extremely tiny, completely vestigial now because the hormones that flooded your little tiny growing body were male. And that's how you get male and female. Yeah, that's it. I mean, so really we do have, and that's why you've got in the yin yang, you've got that little dot of the opposite in it, is because, yes, we have a little dot of the opposite sex in us, a little tiny dot. So we are actually both, and we still have what they call a male and female brain. So we are both in that regard, but in as far as genitals, you're male or female. Yeah, if somebody tries to turn it inside out, see, that's just it. That's exactly what happens when they transgender, is they turn everything inside out. So exactly what happens is your penis becomes your vagina, etc., etc. You don't have a womb though. You don't get a womb. They can't do that yet. But and in a woman's case, yeah, in a woman's case, they take the vagina and make it into a penis. So, um, and that is the way that they do that. And to me, I know they don't have this down yet. They really don't have it down perfectly yet. You will be forever on hormones, on hormone replacement, forever, till you die. Not really forever, until you die. You will be on hormones until you die. You will be dependent on big pharma, and that's why I think they're really doing it, for one thing, is that you will forever, forever, for all your life, not forever, I shouldn't say all your life, you will be dependent on big pharma once you do that, once you become a trans. Oh, you're talking about UFOs. You got UFOs around here all the time. Yeah, your spiritual womb now. You've got one. Yeah, they're butchers. They are. They are. They're butchers, and this is very horrible to do because people will say, "Well, I don't want my child to unalive themselves because they're the wrong gender." What do you think they're going to feel like when they grow up and find that they are addicted to hormones, that they will never be able to have a natural child of their own, that they may not even be sure who they really are? One woman was saying, I don't know how we ended up being so much on this subject. One woman was saying that had trans from a man said when she was male and had male hormones, she was very attracted to men and only men. Once she became a female and had the female hormones, now she finds everybody attractive. How does that happen? It doesn't explain. The hormones alone does not explain attraction either. As a matter of fact, we don't know what the hell we're doing with all that. I mean, just give it up. We do not understand that well enough. So they cannot really make you a male. They cannot really make you a female. They can only mutilate you and make you a facsimile. And if that's what you really want and need to feel whole, God bless you. And, if you're old enough to make that kind of a decision, okay, I'm right with you. You go ahead and do that. But, how many times as a kid did you want to be Superman or a cat or a dog or a monkey or you know, kids are creative. What if when I was a kid, I didn't want to be a nurse. I didn't want to be a secretary. I didn't want to be a queen. I didn't want to, a princess or whatever. I wanted to be a superhero. What if I said, I'm a superhero? That's what I am. You got to treat me like a superhero. I'm a superhero. Somehow you got to figure out how to make it so I can lift cars and melt metal with my eyes. And you got to do that, guys. Or fly. You got to make it so I can fly. You know, I was kind of a tomboy. If I would have been born now, maybe I would have ended up with mutilated genitals. I don't know. I got older. As I got older, I realized I'm going to be the first woman, and I am. I ended up being the first woman in generations that made it to menopause with all her organs because everybody else had gotten a hysterectomy. I'm not kidding. I am the first woman in my family in generations to make it to menopause and through menopause with all my body parts. That's how little we understand things. We don't understand it well. There may be a time come when we're very much more advanced and we can actually do that. Okay, maybe we can actually change your X to Y or your Y to X. We're just not there yet. We're just not that good. It's not real. It's not going to be the same ever at all. And that is one thing they're not telling people. They're not telling people. They're not telling little kids that are thinking that they want to do this, or even, or even adolescents. They're not hardly counseling them at all as far as that. Hey, Project Sky Falls. They're not saying, hey, you realize, of course, you'll never be able to have a child. It won't be the same. It won't be the same as actually really being a female. You know why they won't tell them that? They won't tell them that because then maybe they might say no. And that is a very expensive procedure. And you might say no to this very expensive and very, profitable procedure. But they're not being clear enough with them about it. You'll never be able to have a child. You may decide that you may change your mind. If you change your mind, you can't go back. There's no going back. Not really. Once it's done, it's done. You can't undo it, really. People have tried, but it's never going to be the same because those parts are gone. They're gone. Once they're gone, they're gone. That's it. So, you have to be, they're just not being straightforward about it. Once again, they're selling people a bill of goods without full disclosure about what's going to happen to you. And I don't like that. That's what I really don't like. That's what I think is very criminal. Right, right. They will take your organs in a heartbeat. Oh, yeah. They got a reason to take your organs, they'll start talking about taking your organs. And it's like, nope, I'm going to heal my organs. Thank you very much. And actually, I'm pretty sure that just about everything we can heal from. That is my opinion. I don't expect you to take it. This is not medical advice and yada, 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 yada. Okay, not a medical endorsement, not a diagnosis, blah, 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 blah. But I feel myself, I have heard enough, seen enough, experienced enough. I had breast lumps. They wanted to operate. I got rid of them. Haven't had them since, you know? And I've had other things and I've gotten rid of them. I've knocked down everything I've come across pretty much. I There's a few things that are very, very tricky and very intricate, like fibro. That one has been a stumper for years, trying to find the right combination of things to do for that. But I'm on the trail of that now. I am finally on the trail of that now. And I think I'm making progress on some of this, the arthritis and all that. Um, I'm making progress, a lot of progress. I feel like our bodies were really meant to heal themselves totally. So possibly even regenerate. I hear it's not impossible. They do have the technology to take a tooth bud and put it in your gum and have a new tooth grow. Why aren't any dentists doing that? Well, dentistry is so lucrative, isn't it? If you could replace your teeth you know, oh, so much money lost. Why aren't they teaching more dentists to implant a tooth bud so that you can grow a new tooth? Where they're trying instead to sell you implants that can actually harm your health. One woman found out she was allergic to the implants and nearly killed her. I remember that story. And once they have riveted it into your skull, it's really hard to reverse that too, although it can be done. See, they keep offering us this irreversible crap that really can hurt us and not really explaining very well that, yeah, this is going to do you irreversible damage that we can't undo. Right. So let's see. We are the magicians. That's right. We're the magicians. Let's see. Men who wear dresses are pissed because the feminine were boss and they were jealous. The same. They shackle and enslave them to keep them down. Well, apparently, they said had no use, contains a backup of healthy gut bacteria. Yeah, yeah, we don't know enough. I keep saying we don't know enough yet. Fish hats, crystals, and jewels and dresses, pine cone and scepters. Yeah, the pine cones. Yeah, the guys holding the pine cones. The Anunnaki and Anunnaki, or whatever you want to call them. The Anunnakis, Anunnakis, Anunnaki, and then Jim Mount, who's an experiencer, says, really, their name is the Anakim. That's what they call themselves. Okay, I'll call them the Anakim, which is kind of interesting because if you think of it, Anakin Skywalker. Interesting, huh? Phoenicians, yeah. See, well, the fish, it's interesting. The Nomos were the fish people. When they showed up to the doggone tribe, the Dogons made cave paintings all over the place having to do with the fish people and kept the legend of what the fish people said, who were either ETs or inner earth people. Hard to tell, but they weren't humans. Um, and they gave them a lot of information and some prophecies. But that's another show. So yeah, but apparently they just didn't show up to the doggons, that doggone tribe. Apparently they showed up to other people too, who made a religion. Once again, what are we dealing with? Cargo cult. For those of you who know what a cargo cult is this or is this not cargo cult? Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, maritime law. That's another weird thing, isn't it? That we're all under maritime law? Why are we under maritime law? Very odd. Oh, so no, you're saying you believe all disease can be cured, but people don't want cures. They want to be run through the mangle and part of the self-hate programming. Well, maybe some people. Not certainly not I. Certainly not I. Um, I sure don't want that. But it could be, and it could just be laziness too. Could just be too damn lazy to do your own research. Could be. Actually, what I was very surprised at is there were many cures for the planned experiment. But people didn't want that. They wanted a schmacks. I couldn't believe it. There were people being cured in Haiti with ivermectin. They cured everybody in Haiti with ivermectin. Nobody was hearing it. They didn't want that. They wanted a schmacks. They had been conditioned to want a schmacks. I remember talking to somebody in a store and I was saying, well, you can use, I hear that hydroxy. Well, that's what that crazy man Trump was saying. He's an insane person. You can't believe, it's like, no, this is what a doctor in Haiti cured everybody in Haiti with. I mean, that is the kind of thing we were dealing with. It's a kind of psychosis that was perpetrated. Once again, constant repetition, constant repetition, constant repetition. Lie, 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 lie. Right? Yeah. Tatarians wiped out by a Jabberwocky, by the Jabberwocky, yeah, says Mary Wins. Were they? Could be. Could be. You think they haven't tried this before? Sure they have. As a matter of fact, when I asked, now this is my pendulum, and I gotta say, we make a disclaimer. This is only what it looks like as best as the pendulum can explain it, which can only give yes and no, and then the cards. My cards also agree with this, though, that they have done something like this plan thing that they did. Every one of our great plagues have been planned. And people say, well, we didn't have any labs in Wuhan back then, did we? Did we have? No. Oh, dear little things. Um, until you realize that we've been manipulated by people who had anything they wanted to have, that were much more advanced than us. Until you understand that, you won't understand how that could happen. But I'm pretty sure that every single plague we've ever had has been staged, planned, caused on purpose. I have been right. I think they'll prove this one day. One day this will be proved. It's one of those feelings I have that's very strong. And like I said, I have people who I said something 30 years ago, and they'll come up and they'll say, you said that 30 years ago. My God, you were right. It sounded crazy. At one point, like 35, some or long, no, worse, bigger than that. More like 40 years ago or more. I was saying, okay, quantum is, yeah, about 40, maybe 35, 40 years ago. Quantum is going to be everything now. It's going to be quantum everything. The old Euclidean style stuff is kind of going to be surpassed by quantum theory, quantum science, quantum mechanics. And people were saying, well, you're nuts. That is never going to happen. That's goofball stuff. And what do we got now? Okay. So everything's quantum. Right. Oh, yeah. Absolutely, Mary. Baby farms. We know where all those orphans really came from, do we? We know what we're told. We're told they came from all the wars and famines and stuff. But is that true? We don't know. We don't know that. Can we trust their word? Yeah, like smallpox, like bubonic plague, all of that, all of them, all of them. Tuberculosis, maybe too. Polio, maybe. Was it all an experiment every time? Somebody's freaking experiment that they just wanted to try out to scare us really bad, to get us to do something that they wanted us to do. Because when you don't really care about people, then you can do a lot of things. When you don't really have a conscience, you can do a lot of crazy stuff and you don't care. You don't have a conscience. Yes, I know. It was very similar to 2020. Ah, Michelle, can I'm free. Michelle. I love you too, dear. We love you. And we love Nate. AIDS? Yeah, I'm pretty sure AIDS was. Yeah, I'm pretty sure all of them. All of them. Every one of them. Oh dear. First Earth Day celebration. Hmm. Interesting. Yeah, they always wanted population control, and they always wanted a reason to make us afraid. They always wanted a reason to make us afraid enough to give up our rights willingly. Remember, a lot of these things, and this is the rules, I guess, in the universe. There's some rules that uh, you you have to have permission for a lot of this stuff. But there are no limits to how you can coerce permission out of people. There's many ways to coerce permission from people without their knowing what they're really giving permission to. Once again, without them knowing the full extent of what they're giving permission to. What does that sound like? Once again, just what I'm talking about. Exactly what I'm talking about. I hope this is clearing out. I hope this discussion is clearing up some things for you in that iceberg of yours. I hope it's melting some of that shit. Okay? So next time you are very triggered by something or you don't know why you're feeling a certain way, you may want to ask, who does this belong to? And try sending it back with consciousness attached and see if it gets any better. If it does, it wasn't yours. And if it comes back, do it again. And if it comes back, do it again. You may have to do it a lot of times to really get rid of it. But people are getting rid of it. You know what? That's another thing. You do a lot of excess consciousness practitioners usually look younger than the rest of the population. And I think it's because they do this. They get some of their worries gone. Yeah, they delete some of their bull crap. You delete a lot of bull crap, it takes a load off the system, of course. Then yeah, you probably would look younger longer. Because it's deleting bullshit off the system. It's like unneeded files. It's like files that are making your computer run slow or something. I think I would kind of liken it to that. Orphan trains, that's right. Oh, yeah, we told them. We showed them, and yeah, either they did nothing or they consented. Didn't really know what they were really consenting to, just like these kids don't know what they're really consenting to. That's what I say. They never tell you the whole story, what the ramifications are. They never tell you that part. So, you know, I have argued. I'm not kidding. There is a part of me that for a while there was some kind of trials going on. And there was a part of my consciousness that was there arguing on behalf of the humans. And I was saying something to the effect of there can be no consent without full understanding of the ramifications of the consent. That does not constitute consent. And yeah, I think I won that one. And it was funny because I was talking to one of my friends when I was doing that, and all of a sudden I started spouting all this stuff about it, and she heard it. She goes, "Wow, you're like on fire." She says, "What are you at?" And I'm not a lawyer. I don't know that much about legal stuff or anything, but I was like like a lawyer at some kind of or something. I was presenting all these facts. I had all of these facts that I was showing people. There was this big auditorium full of people. I was seeing it with my third eye. I'm like, where is this coming from? But it was all about how these people can't give a proper consent. They have no idea what they're being led to. This is madness. This is crazy. To say that this is consent is twisting the word. Once again, what do I say? We've been babbled. Right. They're always looking for the loophole. Always looking for the loophole and cheating. Yep, that's exactly right. That's what they're always doing. They're always saying, maybe we can use this loophole. Maybe we can use that loophole. Yeah, and cheating. And that's how they've gotten their way this long. We've got to stop doing that. We've got to stop falling for it. We have got to stop. One of the ways we stopped is by getting our godlike superpowers back so that there's no question they're an asshole. One of the things Divine Mother and Father, and I used to channel Divine Mother and Father, they used to speak through me. One of the things they told me is that they are me. I didn't understand that. Guess what? You have a version of them too. Divine Mother and Father you could talk to. And they tell you a lot of interesting things. But one of the things that they said is they were always saying you have a lot more power than you know. You have a lot more power than you know, and you need to take it. You need to take it uh, to deal with what's to come. And really, I guess I've been doing that ever since. I've been trying to take up the power that we actually do have and trying to help other people take it up too, because we need it. Because we're constantly getting jacked with here. We've been jacked with since the beginning, I'm pretty sure. Oh yeah, they show it in the movies and stuff. Well, when I said that like way back, even I've known some magicians. And I looked at politics and some of this stuff that was going on, and I remember seeing it like that was a vision too. That somehow most of this political stuff that was going on were magician's tricks. Look over here at what this hand is doing. Over here is what's really doing the work. There's something going on over here, but look at this hand. You're so busy looking at this hand that this hand could be doing anything. You're not watching. This is the front page. This hand is on the front page. Look at what this hand is doing. This hand back here is changing your world. That's how it is. Okay? Every time you see something splattered all over the internet, all over the TV, all over the newspapers, magazines, and all that, it is covering up for something more, far more important, something that actually is important that's happening that they don't want you to read. They'll report it, but it'll be on page 143 of a 144 page document. You know, it'll end up lining a bird cage. You won't see it. You won't have time to see it. All you'll really hear about. And now it's so bad that you won't hear about anything else. You know what? It's funny. Does anybody remember? Does anybody remember that there was a report that it went out on the news? It went out on the TV news too. That they found water on Mars. I waited the whole show for them to say more about that. And they never did. They never mentioned it the whole show. They mentioned it once. Water's been found on Mars. And we never heard about it again. So they told us. Yeah, they told us there's water on Mars. What about it? You think that would be big news? Wait a minute, hold the presses. What? No, never heard about it again, have you? Except in the alternative. Mm-hmm. Wag the dog, exactly. What do I tell you? It's all wag the dog, all of it. Wag the dog was Wag the dog was disclosure. That film was disclosure. I'm telling you. It's disclosure. That's exactly what they do. Just exactly. Study that. Look at it. You'll see that it's real. Oh, yeah. We need to have accountability. And this is one thing they don't do. It's one thing they cannot do. Have you ever seen anybody pass the buck more than this crew that we got now in office? They pass the buck constantly, and that's another game they play, constant passing the buck. Well, it's all his fault. They have blamed everything on T-Man, haven't they? That they possibly can, and even a few things that they can't possibly blame on him, but they did anyway. You know, he wasn't even around for that, but they blamed it on him. It's like you've been in office for 2.5 years and everything's still his fault. Are you fucking kidding me? What are you? And there are people that are buying it, still buying it. I don't buy it. I ain't buying. I ain't buying. You know what? You've got me to where I can't afford to buy that shit. None of us can really afford to buy that shit anymore, can we? We don't have that luxury. How do we get rid of it? We can create, if we decided to, enough of us get together, we could discreate that. Oh, David's in your head? Life on Mars. Is there life on Mars? I just heard that yesterday. Yeah. But yeah, he does that to me a lot. David does that to me. By the way, a lot of you will probably experience David singing in your head. If you're connected with his show in any way, David might even show up. David is David Bowie. Yes, he is one of my spiritual friends that does show up. He's I knew him in life. I was internet pals with him for a long, long time. That's a mild way to put it, but yeah, David Bowie and I um, had an internet friendship going on, and he shows up to me, and since I'm a medium, makes it a lot easier. Someday maybe I'll tell you about the first time I saw him in my living room, and I was so surprised. I was playing the Black Star album. Hey, Lady Spellbreaker. Right. David Bowie. Now, see, he was, and I'll tell you, and people can argue this, he was my twin flame. He really was. But we were not destined to be together in this life. We were not destined to be together in this life. And I was glad when he found someone like Aman. He had a beautiful daughter and so on and so forth. But yeah, I knew it. We we could not, we were just not, it wasn't in the cards. It wasn't going to work. It wouldn't have worked. But he's a lot different than people thought. I'll tell you right now, he had a wonderful sense of humor. He was so funny. He made me laugh all the time. We had a psychic connection, we had a psychic bond. We could get in touch with each other mentally. And he didn't understand what was happening for a while. He wasn't even thinking of himself as being so magical that he was. I was the one. There was an interview, interesting, because he showed me when he found me again after his death. He showed me videos to prove everything he was telling me. Videos showed up on my computer to show me everything that he was telling me was true. The memories that I had and everything were all true. He proved it to me. So I was very, very skeptical. And to this day, I still have questions creep in sometimes. And then he goes ahead and proves it to me again. But I was the one who told him that he was magical, that he was a magical person, magical being. And he went on. I told him, I think you're a shaman. I think you're a natural shaman, Dave. And he went on TV and he showed me the interview where he says, apparently, I didn't know this, but I'm some kind of a magical person, like a shaman or something. I'm the one who told him that. So he is going to probably show up to you, or at least sing in your head. So don't be surprised. Yeah, she's always there. Your daughter's always with you. She can hear you. Learn to say no. Right. Yeah, David had a wonderful sense of humor. We would make each other crack up all the time. We would laugh all the time. We And then later on I found out, because I wasn't his biggest fan or anything. I didn't even go on his website. I didn't like Flat Chat back then. I was into 3D. I was into 3D chat rooms, which were like gaming chat rooms at that time, and I wouldn't even go onto a Flat Chat. He tried to lure me onto his site. I wasn't on there, and he wanted me there, but I turned down everything like that. I really feel like I screwed myself in way out of a lot of things, but I also at the time was of the feeling that I just didn't want what was going on with me to affect anybody I loved either. And at that time I was going through some pretty heavy stuff, some pretty heavy attack. Oh, it's your birthday for another hour. Really? We just sang happy birthday to Nate. Okay, let's do it again. Happy birthday. Oh, by the way, can I say your real name? Can I say what your real name is? Can we use your real name, Lady Spellbreaker? Yeah, laughter is very medicinal. Let's see what she says. Happy birthday. I'll just sing it this way anyway. Heather Dawn, okay. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Heather Dawn. Happy birthday to you. Okay, I'm sorry. David made me do it. Happy birthday, Lady Spellbreaker, Heather Dunn. Apparently, you are challenging yourself. You closed all your social media platforms but YouTube. Wow, that's amazing. 30-day challenge. Can you stay off of social media? I know that I have no trouble staying off of Facebook. I only go there when I have to look somebody up or something. It's like I just hate face. I just I don't do it. Another successful orbit around the sun. Yes, he was. David was. And actually, and he explained it. He was very open about it on one interview. In fact, um, because there was a lot of debate back and forth on that, and he very openly, very clearly said, "I was gay for a while. I was gay." But then toward the end, he became exclusive to females, exclusive to women. So, and that's what his wife required of him. And she was the boss, by the way. I have to tell you, Iman was the boss. Remember, he was good friends with John Lennon, who I also see from time to time. Hi, John, who was a famous house husband. And actually, Bowie, that's one of the things that he kind of understood about John is like why you would want to be like that. But he wanted a strong woman with, that would take care of things so that he could just do his work. He was a workaholic. Yeah. I mean, he was open about it. He would, he would say, I remember one time Arsenio Hall was trying to, say, was trying to ask him, um, well, David, uh, they say that and David goes, wait a minute, let me help you out, mate. Let me help you out, dude. He's like, okay, it's right on my resume. It says, right on my resume, it says acting, music, drag, drag. It's right on the resume. All right. I don't want there to be any mistaking. It's right there. So, no, he was real open about that. Yeah. You know, he wanted someone like that so that he could just be creative and do his thing. It was actually easier for him to have somebody else running things. Same way with David. And David did his musical thing, and that's what he did, and his art. He was an artist. Very few people even remember. I guess most of you don't even remember he was an artist. He was an actor. Some of you remember that. Do you even remember he did art? He did. So he really was a very creative person. He was kind of like me. I mean, the same thing. He could just as easily have done comedy. Sure. He would have been stunning at that too. I told him that many times. Yeah. Hmm. Oh dear. Yeah. Ah, yes. Well, you have to be careful. Yes. And the thing was, I wasn't the hugest fan of John Lennon, but he showed up anyway because he was David's friend. I mean, I was a fan. I was a Beatles fan, like a lot of people were, in a general sort of way, and a John Lennon fan in a general sort of way. But um, only got to know him posthumously. I met him posthumously. Imagine that. That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to tell you, the dead are very lively. What? He reached up on my shoulders, tapping me. What? I'm talking about David. You like David? David's nice to you, isn't he? Cowboy. He's awake. He's finally come off of, you know, snooze training. He's gonna win the world champion napping competition, I think. But there he is, Mr. Wonderful. Said it's not fair that David's getting all the talk. I'm your man now. I'm the only guy in your bed right now, honey. You better appreciate me. Well, at the moment, anyway. I don't know if there will be another guy for me. It couldn't happen between us. It couldn't happen. Will there be another? I don't know. Maybe. It could be, I suppose. I don't know. Is Lady going? Much love to you all. Take care and thanks for a happy birthday song. Okay. Okay. Okay, well, he's on the other side, so, but we still go dancing. Actually, it's much easier for us to dance now. We do. I still go dancing with David on the other side. We visit. So, and I visit with his friends sometimes. I visited with some of his friends. Prince shows up sometimes. I guess I knew Prince and he never let me know that I did until after his death. I guess I also knew Prince online. Yeah. Well, sometimes it gets kind of lonely, but I realize how miserable I was when I was married and trying to chase this idea, somebody else's idea of happiness. It was miserable. It was really miserable. So I don't know. There may be, see, this is a thing. Apparently, you can find soulmates that are very close to you that will suffice. And quite often, your twin flame is on the other side. Now, the interesting thing is, he's a Capricorn. Now, Lady Spellbreaker, you know my chart. He's a Capricorn. He was my Capricorn side while I was busy being a Sagittarius and an Ophiuchus. It was Capricorn. So, and the interesting thing too is on my palm, I have a double lifeline. And in the year that that second lifeline stops, that was the year he died. He was my twin, obviously. It was even in my palm. So I'll see him again. Iman is in our soul group, obviously, somewhere close. Um, there are going to be people in your soul group you're going to be able to get along and have a happy life with, but quite often your twin flame is on the other side helping you from that side. And that is something that I've read in lots of places. Quite often they stay on the other side. Let's see what chat is saying. Right, right. No, yeah, I understand. We actually had a relationship without ever touching each other physically. His wife, Aman, said, "It's okay, you can talk to her as long as you never have a physical relationship with her." And we never did have a physical relationship, but we had a heck of a spiritual relationship. Because remember, I can bilocate, and apparently so could he. So we had a relationship. Okay, you're getting the scoop. Now, there are going to be people who are going to think that's crazy as hell, and I don't really give a fuck. It happened. He even proved to me that, yes, that was indeed him. So we did have a pretty hot relationship, I'll admit it. I'll go ahead and admit it. Maybe one day I'll write a book about it. He said, well, one day you could have a book. I said, I don't know if I'm quite ready for that. I also don't want to, do anything that would upset his family or anything. I wouldn't want to do that. I'm not one of those people that just wants to go in and grab my share of the money and run with it or something, but I may do that. Because it was funny when he found me after his death, he thought I had died because I let people think I had died. And um, to get out from under something that was oppressing me. And I didn't get a chance. He'd been gone, I guess. I didn't get a chance to tell him any different. And I didn't even want him to know because I wanted him to be happy with what he had. And so he thought I had died. And he bailed me out when he showed up, when he finally found me. He bawled me out and he said, I looked for you everywhere when I got here. I was sure you were going to be here. And I looked for you everywhere. I couldn't find you. And then I realized you must still be alive. You're still alive. Here you are. And I'm like, yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't want to do that. But, and, oh, yeah, from other lifetimes. Yeah. I can tell you all about some of our other lifetimes together, too. Had other lifetimes. We remembered together some of our other lifetimes together. We've been together, and there's a few lifetimes where we actually were able to be together and happy. Hmm. In fact, there was one lifetime where he was a cute little blonde, and I was a tall, dark-haired man. We had a wonderful life together. I remember our wedding and everything. You know. So we did all that when he found me again. We went through all that, and enough that I can't deny it. I can't deny it. But that's what happened. Enough weird stuff happened to prove it to me that that's what actually happened. So, at first I was so doubtful. I was like, oh no, I must be losing my mind. That can't be. No, it's happening. So this can happen. The dead are not that far from you. They know. He knows everything I say about him, don't you, you little fart? I can talk to him like that. Um, later on, he'll get me back. I know it. I know you. But yeah, he's around. So is Prince. Hi, Prince. Prince and him hang around a lot together. They have a lot to talk about. They have a lot in common, actually. And then John comes in, a few other people. My first celebrity haunting, so to speak, is Janis Joplin. Someday maybe I'll talk about that. But yeah, being a medium, it's different, right? Yeah. Oh, you got to go rest. Okay, Heather Dunn. Go rest, sweetheart. We'll talk about it sometime again. Right, the soul never forgets what heaven feels like. I wrote songs after he found me again. Me either, Lady Spellbreaker. Me either. I'm reading what you said about, I have not flirted with, gone out, or had a date with another man more than a friend. I don't see any as a kind of love, interest, or potential relationship. Well, I can't say I haven't flirted because I am a terrible flirt. However, nobody, I haven't been serious about anybody in years. And oh yes, fiery, passionate love, it never fades. Yeah, it can't be broken. Yeah, yeah. I'm not sure there's ever going to be, but I'm not going to block it off either. So we have some things in common, no? And Lady Spellberg, isn't that interesting? We all have our twin flames waiting for us on the other side. How interesting. Oh, it's telling me that only 3 of you are listening to my show. Isn't that ridiculous? And I see more of you talking than that. I know more people are listening. See, this is the crazy stuff they do to this show. Oh boy. Actually, not having the physical. It hurt. It hurt me for a while. I knew it had to be that way, but it did hurt. I didn't want to act like it did, but it did. It really did hurt. Um, and actually, for a while, David had to stay away after he showed up and after sort of another honeymoon that we had. He had to stay away for a while because every time I'd see him, I'd cry because I realized that I only really got to see him in person a couple of times and we never touched. And and there was a certain pain that I had to go through about that and get over. And he was very patient with me about that. And I had to have help with that because it is sad. I mean, it is, if anybody told me that story, I did not want to bring what was happening with me into any of my loved ones' lives. And I'm not going too much into what was happening with me because that's for another show. But there's a reason why I had so many near-death experiences. Anyway, uh, fortunately, I got through all that and I'm still alive. Here I am. Haha. Neener, neener. Right? Neener, neener. I'm still here. You couldn't kill me. Hmm. So basically, knowing that they're still around, they can still hear you. That's very comforting. I just talked to somebody today that lost her husband, and you know, I know that as comforting as it is to know that they've never forgotten you and never will, and are still there, it's still not the same as being able to hold them. And for that, yes, do I have regrets in my life? probably he's the biggest regret I have, is that I couldn't be with him. But he did end up he had a nice enough life for both of us. And here I am carrying on the dream. And when he sang, of course, back all those years ago when he sang A Life on Mars, he didn't really give a damn whether there was life on Mars or not. People totally misunderstood that. He explained that to me. I don't know if you know this, but he did not give a damn if there was life on Mars. That was not what he was saying. He was saying his songs were multi-layered, for one thing. They never meant what they, on the face of it, looked like they were saying. He was saying, look at what is going on in the world. And this bothered him. I mean, he very much was bothered by some of the stuff that was going on in the world even back then. And he was saying, this is the way the world is. Gee, I hope there's life on Mars because I want to go. It's got to be better than here. Although now we know that they did the same damn thing on Mars. They blew themselves to bits, or they got in a war and got blown to bits. So, I mean, you can find scattered bits of stuff everywhere. It really does look like they got blown to bits on Mars. So he was not really wondering if there was life on Mars. He was saying, God, is there life on Mars? Because yeah, maybe that's where I belong, because a lot of us don't feel we belong here. And how many of you don't feel like you really belong here on Clown World? Do we really belong in Clown World, in this matrix hellscape that it can be at times? Now, mine is not a hellscape. I've got to say, mine is very nice right now in so many ways, but it's certainly not, you know, uh, where I want to entirely. I can't say that. I dreamed about having this where I am now for a long time, about having it this way. I can't say it's not what I wanted. I wanted this. I wanted a life like this where I had some freedom, where I didn't have to live with anybody else to survive, where, things were a lot easier than my life had been all the way along, because my life had been hard, and I wanted things to be easier. I wanted things to be cleaner, easier, less chaotic, etc. And it is all these things. And I gotta say, I have a nice life right now, finally. I finally have what I would call a pretty nice life. A lot of ways, in many ways, in the ways that count, most of the ways that count. So I did get that, but now I want to go on with that and expand that and have more. So, but yeah, I do have a nice life right now. I really manifested that. David actually helped me, I think, with that. Oh, right. Yes. Um, right. Yes. Okay. Radiohead. Yeah. Well, I think most of you here on this channel come here probably feel kind of like an alien on this world, this world, you know. I have met some people who say they love it here, they're thriving. believe it or not. Some people love it the way it is. I've met them. But if you're like me, this place is foreign as hell. You've really had to work to fit in here, haven't you? Yes. A very interesting way to look at it, no? No says people keep looking up for God as they trample on the goddess. Yes. See, you know what? At one time I lived at 1234. That was my address, 1234. I'm not going to say where, but that was once my address. Imagine that. My For a while my addresses were all sequential numbers. Go figure that one out. Weird, huh? So, in fact, at one time my apartment was 1A, which is 11, because A is 1 in numerology. So it was apartment 11, 1, A1. Odd, huh? uh, mm, so anyway, okay, how can I help you? Maybe I have. Maybe this is it. Maybe this kind of discussion we need to have. We needed to have. Again, because there are some people here who didn't hear me explain this before. I have explained it to before to people, but most of you probably haven't heard this before. That that was that's part of my backstory, is that I did work on, I was a designer. I was not the person who designed the program, but I did see the very beginning of what I will call the Matrix. I was there. I was designing stuff. For what will one day be the Matrix, or what we consider the Matrix, what we're calling the Matrix, the sim, because we do develop it. We are in the time frame now where we're developing that. So, and I'm not entirely sure. I think part of my journey here was seeing that, was being able to see that happening in real time as it was happening, and then realizing later, oh my God, I took part in designing that. Very bizarre. Um, oh, well, so I didn't end up marrying my grandfather, or maybe I did. I don't know. Or giving birth to myself. Maybe I did. I don't know. But I did end up working on what eventually becomes the sim. Very weird. I've been seeing 11s a long time. There was an 1111. Solera wrote her books in the 90s. They started having an 1111 ceremony every 1111. Every 11th day of 11th month was a special ceremony. And put on by Solera, and you can still probably find Solera's books. She talks about what we were doing. I did take part in the 11/11 celebrations. I took part in the 11/11 dance that brought in those energies. And once again, my friend reminded me that 11 was a number that was sacred to Isis, and apparently, though, 11 is also a number that's sacred to a god called Janus. Very, oh man, it's so deep, you guys. All this is deep. There's a lot that I'd have to explain. I mean, I could go on hours now. Oh my God. We've been on 2.5 hours almost. It doesn't even feel like it. So I've been seeing the 11/11, the repeating numbers for all the way back in the 90s. I was seeing that. So that's been years and years now. Yes, deep woo. 555. Well, yeah, I've been seeing the angel numbers for a long time too. You can, I don't know if there anybody who still doesn't know this because I tell everybody. You can go and just type whatever numbers you're seeing into Google and it'll take you right to a site that'll explain what you're seeing. If you need any more proof that we're in a sim and that numbers is the language being used, it's the universal language. So, honestly, some of this, when I finally wrapped my head around it, when it finally occurred to me, it's like, oh my God. It's going to be interesting when we start actually talking with Sasquatch, with the forest people. I have a feeling I'm going to actually see them and speak with them one day. I'm probably going to be an emissary at some point. If you think about it, they are another intelligent life form on this planet. And we keep talking about dolphins and yada yada. Oh, it turns out they've been here the whole time. There have been other intelligent species waiting for us to come up to where we could talk to them. Isn't that funny? We are still having to learn to mind speak in order to keep up with them. And by the way, I do keep getting confirmations that I am mind speaking with them. So. But one of the reasons they like me is that I don't harass them in any way. I don't, I'm pretty respectful of people's spaces and stuff. But I swear the other day when I was singing, and all of a sudden, as I'm singing, this very musky smell comes up from the ravine. And they're like, that's you, isn't it? It's like, yes, of course. It was the musk apes, as they call them, which is kind of a bad way to say it too. They're not really apes, they're people. They are people. Strange changes. You collect interesting mobile phone numbers. Oh, you'd love mine. You'd love mine. That's all I'm going to say. Oh, you need coffee. I make my own coffee. I love to make my own. I found this lovely cup that stirs itself. I was such a geek. I found an electric cup that's rechargeable and it stirs your coffee automatically at the press of a button. I love this cup. I love it. I take it to the coffee. We have coffee in this building. I take it to the coffee and I flex on everybody. Push the button. It doesn't really need stirred, but I push the button anyway just to remind them. Just to flex. I have the coolest coffee cup because you know at these coffee things, everybody brings their coolest coffee cup to flex. I got them all beat. Oh, you think you have a cool coffee cup, do you? Oh, yes, that's very pretty. What do you think of this one? Hmm. Yeah. I'm I love my coffee. Uh I have to say if you've never tried it, there is mushroom coffee which doesn't taste a thing like mushrooms, but it's very good. It's delicious. Um I'm trying to think of and it has functional mushrooms, has cordyceps and stuff in it. Has lion's mane, chaga, that kind of thing in it. And it's really good for your brain power. I can recommend if you can get a good brand of that. There's several good brands of that you can get even right off Amazon. So don't be afraid to try the mushroom coffee or hot chocolate. They're both good. They're both tasty. But right now I'm getting um, organic breakfast blend from Myers. It's pretty good, really. It's a light roast. And I hope you know that the lighter the roast, the more caffeine, right? You know that, right? Darker the roast, the less caffeine. So I'm drinking light roast. Yeah, I'm awake, right? Anyway, oh my goodness. Anyway, I love talking to you guys. I love talking with you guys. I love seeing your responses. It's always amazing. You guys are amazing, all of you. I don't draw too many people to this channel that aren't amazing, I have to say though. Most of the people that hang around here are pretty amazing. Angel number websites, yes. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, you know it's really. Oh yeah, you need mushroom coffee. You do. Mushroom coffee is great. Mushroom coffee is great. Oh, David Bowie's on the radio. Well, of course he is. Changes, of course he is. That's what 555 is. Changes, big changes. He does that to me all the time. I swear. I would walk in Mark's every single time I would walk in Mark's for a while when they were playing songs from that era in the background. Every time I'd walk in Mark's, I'd hear, she's got lilac lips. She's got everything. That was me. I'm the one with the lilac lips. I told him that I use lilac lip liner. He wanted to know what makeup I use. Lilac lip liner that I had lilac coloring. fit me best, might match my skin tones best. I'm kind of blue. Now, the interesting thing is, you can find in his videos, he's been blue quite a few times. He's painted himself blue. He's literally, one time he painted himself blue like Shiva blue. A couple of times, I think, he painted himself blue. So, it's kind of interesting. So, Blue Genie, save me. Watch that one. Watch that one. And the guy that's watching the genie, that was the guy I knew, David Jones. His real name was David Jones. That was him kind of watching himself. He always saw, there was this David Bowie character. David Bowie was the character. The real guy was David Jones. I knew David Jones a long time before I knew David Bowie. I didn't know who I was talking to for a while. Kind of the Psyche and Eros story. I wasn't sure who I was talking to for a while. On Sirius Radio. Oh no, that's too good. Oh, that's funny. Oh, that's so funny. David Bowie is singing Changes on Sirius Radio. Oh, geez, that is great. Yeah. Still don't know what I was waiting for. And my time was running wild and in the dead end streets. And every time I thought I got it made, it seemed the taste was not so sweet. Am I getting it right, love? So I turned myself to face me, but I never caught a glimpse how the others must see the faker. I'm much too fast to take that test. Oh, good Lord. He faked it his whole life, really. He did. A jade egg. Is this some kind of sexual device? I don't know. No, maybe I have. Ah. Anyway, tell us about the jade egg. Go right ahead. It's my show. I can do what I want. I can talk about what I want to talk about. Please do tell us. No. What you know? No. I have to grab no and shake him a little. Come on, tell us. Don't do that. Don't leave us in suspense like that. What are you doing? Okay, be that way. I don't see any response. Be that way. See if I care. So, basically, yeah, I guess what I can help you clear, another way I'm going to help you clear is I'm going to give you once again, please pay attention. I give this one out because this is one they all give out. Um, it is the clearing statement, which is shorthand for pages and pages of what amounts to a spell, clearing spell. And the way that that works is I ask the question, what attitudes, opinions, and judgments do you have? And then I follow it with something that needs to be cleared. And you don't need to answer right then what exactly it is. It'll just bring up the energy of that needs to be cleared. And then the next thing that happens after I give you a moment to have all that come up, we're cleaning out your hard drive. So after that comes up, and we're kind of like doing a search with that. That's a search. It'll bring up the entries that fit that. And then we clear them. We do a clearing statement, and all you have to do when I ask you, would you now delete all that? Uncreate and destroy all that. That's the deleting part. We're deleting entries. Do you want me to delete some entries tonight? Very good for a woman's reproductive health. Oh dear. Michelle, will you please be careful? Ah, good. What? The policeman did not go after the person who ran the red light? Oh, yes, I've heard of that then. It's supposed to get you ready for sex, too. The magic egg, yeah. Um, I certainly will not be using one because I don't want to be horny. I am done with that for right now. Yeah, I've heard of that. My singing protected you. Well, thank you. So glad. Yeah, I know it isn't. It's still the whole point of it was to get you horny originally. I've heard of it. Check that out a long time ago. Believe me, I have seen all kinds of freak stuff and all kinds of non-freak sexual stuff. I was in a chat room that was uncensored for a while. 3D chat room uncensored. Imagine that. Every kind of device was brought up, okay? Every kind of, you could run into any kind of sexual device there. People would create these things, even things that couldn't exist in the real world. I've heard of all of them, I think. Some of them I ignored, but yeah, I've heard of them. That's why I'm there going, I think I heard of that, but I'm not sure. Oh, yes. Well, yeah, I have a jade roller from my face. Everything's got to be made of jade, with them. It's all jade. Later on, you had the Benoit balls. Same sort of idea. Um, Same sort of idea. Anyway, the Benoit balls that they call the fidget balls or whatever it is, those were actually a sexual device. And similar, or an exercise device. Yeah. Well, David was playing. Maybe he was looking out for you too. He does often show up to my friends after they meet me, then sometimes they meet David. Don't be surprised. If you see him in a dream or something, don't be surprised. He does quite often announce himself by having a song play on the radio. Remember that if you're attracted to this show, we're probably fractals of each other. We probably got fractal, we're probably a soul group, part of the soul group, right? The same soul group. So it should come as no surprise. Okay. I will look it up. If you want me to look it up, I will look it up again and I will read it again and consider it again. Um, Although I am, you know, I've gone through menopause, so uh, I really am glad to not have quite the same urges that I had. Tell you the truth, I'll be frankly honest. It's a relief. It's a relief to not be a horny female. Being a horny female can get you in a lot of trouble. And not feeling that way is actually quite productive. I'm finding it quite productive. I can still get interested and, do all kinds of interesting things. But fortunately, and it was, I realized now when I was younger, it was like some guy constantly tapping me on the shoulder, say, "Hey, take care of me. Hey, take care of me. Hey, take it. Hey, 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 hey." It's like, shut up. I got work to do. Um, Now that it's gone, I'm not really that sad about it being gone. Well, yeah, in a way. But what it means by a soul mate is you were one of the last split offs. So you're closest. Kind of like being in a family. Aren't we all family? Yes. But don't you know your close family better? Aren't you more like, that sort of thing? Soul tribe, yeah. Right. Yeah, as a matter of fact, I have an argument against, and I have it, against random. There is no randomness really. Against how can there be randomness? I prepared that at one point. Yes, argument against randomness. Um, and I don't remember it right now. I'm not going to go into it. It's a little too late and too long of a thing, too involved. But yeah, I don't believe, I'm not sure that there is anything really random at all. Rose quartz and blue celestite. Oh, 386 grams. Where's that? Is that your stuff that you're weighing? Oh, the union of the snake. Yeah. It's on the prowl. Yeah. Yeah, David used to talk. He would talk to me. He would, something would play on the radio that was trying to tell me something. In fact, White Noise, which turned out to be the movie about that was shot in East Salem about a train derailment. Before that, White Noise. He had he did something called Black Tie, White Noise. So that was planned. By the way, that whole thing was planned. It was another planned thing. No way to prove it right now, but there are people on the trail of proving it. Oh yeah, there've been a bunch of derailments actually. People don't realize how many derailments. We're a freaking accident waiting to happen here. All over, all, you know, it's horrible. Yeah, not very long after the one in East Palestine, heck, there was one in Cleveland, which is just about an hour and a half up the road from me. East Palestine was about an hour. I saw the clouds. I showed a picture of the clouds coming from Cleveland. Black clouds parting. You know, black clouds won't go right over those clouds will not go right over my area. They literally split into and went around my area. I'm not kidding. Chemtrails too. I'll walk out and I'll look and the sky's all full of chemtrails, but not over my place. They're not. ah, ah, it's so weird. And when I do see anything like that, there's usually a reason they're trying to tell me something. So, yeah, it's interesting. What they really want me to know and what he keeps telling me is you're protected. You're going to be taken care of. He keeps telling me, don't worry, darling. You're going to be taken care of every step of the way. Yeah, several food warehouses torched, cattle, cattle killed. Hmm. Oh, hi, Pammy. Pammy Smith. Have you changed your name? Pammy. Oh, you behaved yourself. You've been lurking, you lurker. Lurker. Yeah, maybe menopause reverses if it can be reversed. I wonder about that because has an instance of that. They talk about that in the Bible, if you remember. I think it was Abraham's wife. Yeah, she got it reversed and they had a baby. Boy, that must have been a drag. Yep, reopened for business. You can't show Pammy's comment? Your wrench is ornamental? How is that? Well, I made you a standard moderator. Standard moderator. Not a managing moderator. There's two different kinds of mods. One's a managing moderator. They have more permissions. You're a standard moderator. You can throw links and stuff. So yeah, you're a standard moderator. You should be able to throw links and do stuff like that, and also put people in timeout. But you don't get to pick what words can't be used and a few other things. There's a few things you can't do. I don't know. They have their own rules about everything. They have their, I can't say I understand everything that goes on in YouTube land or StreamYard land for that matter. In StreamYard, they don't show you as being blue either. And I can't wrench you from StreamYard. So it wasn't meant to be strictly ornamental, but if that's the way it turns out, sorry about that. Don't know what to do about it. I guess I could try unwrenching and re-wrenching you. Oh my God, we've nearly been on for 3 hours. That's horrible for the algorithms. Yeah, sometimes I have a sense of smell. Yes, as a matter of fact, just recently I had a dream where I had a sense of smell and I was explaining to somebody why something smelled funny. Yeah. Somebody explained to me the bad smell of these, and it was some kind of numbers. It's numbers and letters. And I smelled something bad, and they said the bad smell of this was something, and I can't remember what their explanation was. So then later on, I turned around and I said, "Oh, the bad smell is just because of this." And when I woke up, I just figured it might have been because cowboy farted or something. That I was dreaming about smelly numbers or something. Ah, okay. Yeah. That can happen, I guess. I guess it can happen that you can be reopened for business. Yeah. I'm not sure I'd want that. I'm not sure I want to be in the popping out fetuses business, popping out babies business anymore. I'm safely past that. See, that's the other thing. I knew damn well I wasn't going to have a baby. And David needed someone to have his baby. He needed to reproduce. And Amon was a good choice for that. She was I hear she was a good mother. So. But, or is a good mother. She's still around. But I didn't hear that from David or anything. He hasn't really said very much about that, but from other people, apparently took good care of her when Alexandria was a baby. Well, we had a haunting in one of the stores I worked at. It was a kind of a magic shop. We had a haunting and we would smell roses. This lady that had used rose perfume haunted the place. So, yeah, that can happen. That can happen in dreams, and that can also happen in hauntings. Yeah, all of your senses, all of them, tactile, everything. Any of that can happen. Anything like that. Anything that you can sense in the material world and more. There are even some things that you can't sense in the material world that you can sense in the non-material world. Oh, are you asking me if I don't have kids? No, I don't. I knew I wasn't going to have kids this time. There was a point at which, for a while, I thought I wanted them, and then I realized that would be a very big mistake. It would be a very big mistake. Children would have been held against, would have been used against me. I don't know that I could have protected them. Now, see, that was the thing. I could just barely protect me. At one point, I wouldn't have been able. I don't know that I would have been able to protect my children. And believe me, I've run into a lot of women who got caught up in that, and it just about kills them when they can't protect their children for some reason or other. And I'm not sure I would have been able to do that. No, I wouldn't have been. I wouldn't have been. Oh, 5 years. Well, hang on. Your mom had all sorts of what? Roses. Oh, yeah. Once lived in a place where I had all kinds of roses. 5 years by David Bowie. Pushing through the market square, so many people sighing. News had just come over. We had 5 years left to crying. I have often thought that could be many things. Because there has been so many things that they have told us was going to kill us. And what happens in that song when they tell us? Now we have what? We have a laundry list of things. The earth is going to die. I mean, it used to be when I was growing up, we were told we were going to die from thermonuclear war. That was it. That was going to be it. So, okay, let me try again because I'm trying to read your comments too. Um, we have a laundry list of things that can kill us now that we're given as possible. You know, be afraid, very afraid. Let's see, let's go through a few, just a few. I came up with a good 13, 14 of them once. Oh, pole flip. Okay. Could kill everybody on the surface, right? If it's a fast flip, could kill everybody. Solar flare could kill the planet. Uh, solar flash. Meteor. Plague. What were the other ones? But anyway, I'm not going to go into all of them. But we're constantly being told and kept in a state of fight or flight by listening now. Many ways we can die. Murder hornets, killer bees. Um, if the bees go, we're dead. Uh, what are the others? Oh, geez. Aliens, hostile aliens. Oh, just tons of things. And we're told that constantly. I mean, that this could happen. It's always in the background. You're going to die. You're going to die. You're going to die. And I really think that's part of it there, part of what was going on in that song and how people reacted. Because if you'll think about, okay, news guy wept and told us Earth was really dying. Cried so much his face was wet, and I knew he wasn't lying. But there could come a time when it actually looks that way. It looks when it's going to look like we're all going to die. But yeah, we were pumped full of that from the time we were kids, really, that, we were all going to die. So, you know, it wouldn't be surprising if they try it again and give us 5 years. I mean, what was it? One of the other things that went in some of the more less known circles was spent our sun being vampirized by spent solar cores. I don't know if you heard that. Some big objects coming up and sucking plasma off the sun, vampire like, had been spotted. And there was a researcher that was saying that spent solar cores looking to get a restart off of our sun by stealing energy from it. Um, yeah, there's always a meteor coming near. Last one that came within the moon's orbit, the weather did get kind of hinky during that time, very changeable. And I was thinking, well, if it came any closer, what would it do? But yeah. So, yeah, I've thought about that. You know what? If I get any other kind of answer, or if David wants to answer it, but you know what he said a long time ago? He said, I've stopped trying to analyze my own music because everybody's going to analyze it their own way. It's going to mean something different to them. It's always going to mean something different. They're going to see it different. They're going to feel it different. They're going to get a totally different message out of it. So it really doesn't do any good to try and analyze his own work. He decided he wasn't going to do it anymore. Wasn't going to analyze his own work. So, which was probably wise, because, you know, he's right. He's right about that. I've written songs. I've written songs. People will hear them. They will apply their own stuff to it. That's not wrong. Uh, it's not. It's the way music works, and it's a very odd thing too that the more personal you make it, the more universal it is. Very strange. Of the songs that I've written, the personal ones, everybody, yeah, people get it. They get it in their own way. So it doesn't really matter what it was. Oh yeah, Ebola. There's always some kind of flesh-eating virus or some kind of pandemic or something. I have some I wrote about him. Too personal. I haven't had the guts to bring him out yet. I have poetry written about him, about David. It's too personal. Probably would be very popular if I ever get the guts to bring it out. Maybe I will at some point. Yeah, The Wind Cries Mary, that's another one. That's another very interesting one. Yes, the flu was their COVID, yeah. Spanish flu. Yeah. Yeah, we talked about that, Pammy. They do this every now and then. It's just, every so many years they throw in a pandemic. They just keep hitting us with different things that can kill us, to keep us on edge, to keep us in that fight or flight. Do you realize that when you're in fight or flight, that survival mode, nothing works right? It was only meant to be very temporary, but nothing else in your body works right. You get a lot of adrenaline dumped into your system. You don't digest food well. All kinds of other things happen. Physiologically, it's a catastrophe to be in fight or flight too long. I was in fight and flight most of my life. I spent most of my life, sometimes deeply so. And it felt like it was burning me up inside, like I was slowly being dissolved in acid. I had to get a grip on it. That's why I started doing all of the meditating and spiritual stuff, was to try and get a grip on it. Oh my goodness, really now? Little Bills? Who's Little Bill? Inoculate? Oh my goodness. Oh yeah. Well, of course no. They're there to pull shit. Of course. Figured that out a long time ago. Maybe, and you know what? Oh, micro. Okay, now let me reread that. Billy's granddad. You mean the guy whose name rhymes with, sounds a lot like Phil Bates? Well, I've got names for them all. I call him Phil Bates. I often call our fearful leader the sock puppet, or dementia, our dementia riddled leadership. I call him the sock puppet. Sock puppet with Zelensky's hand up his butt, maybe, who knows? Maybe China's claw up his butt, I don't know. Just a sock puppet. Hmm. Phil Bates, the computer dude. Old Gramps Sniffer, the sock puppet that's running the country. Um, Cackler, Cackler Cammy, and the one that we finally got rid of, P Lousy, and her husband. Uh, they're finally gone. And Dr. Ouchie, who isn't really a doctor. I had to come up with names for all of them because of the algorithms. And of course, the Jabberwocky, yeah, and the experiment, and the experimental cure, the experimental treatment, rather. The experiment and the experimental treatment. Yeah, a dirty, wrinkled old sock puppet that smells bad and has somebody's claw up his butt. You know, I really think that he has some kind of relationship with Zelensky. I think Zelensky's a sugar baby, among other things. Yep. Wash your paws and wear the gauze. Oh my gosh, that sounds so familiar. Wash your hands. Wear your mask. Wash your paws and wear the gauze. Yeah. Oh, James Ortiz, it was never meant to help you. That may even be why you're having such troubles, because it's only, actually, they're not entirely lying, they're just not telling the truth. People who've studied this very, very closely say yes, it gives you immunity, but only to one strain, and makes you weaker to every other thing that comes your way. You really need to be on Zetox. I'm not kidding. Get yourself some Zetox. Use it every day for a while. I'm not kidding. Get that shit out of you. Regal Zetox, Regal brand Zetox. Don't get any other kind. If you don't know what I'm talking about, get in touch with me. I will give you the link. Z is a backup dancer. You know, I had this vision of him. The old guy lasted 2 years, so it is kind of amazing. Z-Tux. I'm gonna see if I can. Let's see if I can do this. Yeah, yeah, true. You know, yeah, no, yep, oh yeah. And David Bowie sang about that too. Beware the savage jaw of 1984. Only an Englishman can make jaw and fall rhyme, right? Jaw and four. Maybe a southerner could. Yeah, jaw and fall. Yeah, I guess they could. Um, what, baby? Look at this little guy. Look at that face. Look at that face. Look at him. He's not getting enough attention. He wants to cuddle up and go to sleep. He says, Mom, it's been over 3 hours. You're still at it. You're still at it, Mom. When are you going to come to bed and cuddle me? Oh, yeah. Lugol's iodine. I have the iodine too. Yeah. You can get it right off of you can get it right off of Amazon. That helped me so much when I had all that swelling. I had thankles. I had my ankle swelling as big as my thighs. That stuff helped me. The other thing that's really helping me now is boswellia. I talked about that. You can look at one of my other videos that talks about boswellia, frankincense. That's been helping me like crazy. Astaxanthin's another good one. All of these things are anti-inflammatory. There's also an anti-inflammatory tea I gave the recipe for. I have all kinds of things I try to give you. Everything that I find that works, I try to tell you about it. Okay. Everything that I actually tested, it actually works. I tell you guys. Yeah, it has vitamin D in it too. Right. You can bring yourself back. You can bring yourself back. As a matter of fact, Jason got the first jab, and it actually took out the feeling in his whole left side, his left arm and leg went completely numb. But he managed to shake it off. And which means he's very strong, but he didn't take any of the other subsequent stuff. I warned him about it. Don't take any more. Because he had a severe enough reaction that first time that could have killed him. But he's stubborn like I am. He's not going to die until he's getting fucking ready. Right? That's what I see in Jason. Is he is a fighter that way. He doesn't just take it like, oh, you're going to die. Uh, oh, heck. In the 1940s, we had Royal Rife coming up with every frequency that would kill any disease and strengthen any system. Royal Rife came up with the frequencies that could destroy resonance dissonance. I talked about this a lot. Royal Rife's one of my spirit guides. He came through in a spiritualist meeting one time through, I believe it was Edna. She says, "Is there somebody here who knew somebody named Royal?" I said, "Rife? Oh my gosh." She says, "Yeah, somebody named Royal is here." I'm like, because I had been advocating to bring back the knowledge about the frequencies, and it has returned in the form of, here, let me give you this. Okay. I've got to look at it again. I'm getting tired, so I'm beginning to forget. I'm forgetting the name. Look up. Oh, yes. That's the name of it now. It is in the Play Store. The Z app has all the tones. It has the tones. You can also buy a machine that amplifies it. But it has the tones that Royal Rife was working on that could destroy any disease. Remember, everything's frequency. Everything's energy. Everything's frequency. You have the right frequency, it's going to help you. You have the wrong frequency, it can kill you. It can destroy you. So, the right frequency can heal you. The wrong frequency can kill you. Just remember, or make you sick. He had it figured out. There were 4 machines. His place got raided, of course. His machines were stolen. All but one disappeared. His notes and everything, of course, were taken. His lab was destroyed. And much like Tesla, which means he was onto something. because they don't treat people that ain't onto something like that. You got to be a big threat to get that kind of treatment. I mean, that, you know, it's as bad as creating a car that runs off of water or free energy or any of the other stuff we should have. So, Royal Rife. I'm going to put that name down too. Because he's here. Yes, that's right, Royal. I won't stop until everybody knows what you did, what you were trying to do, help humanity. It was very unfair what they did to you. Right. Right. You know what? No. I used to do the same thing when I still took things from them. And just throw it right in the bin. Yep. Um, they offer me a flu shot. Oh no. Oh, I'm terribly allergic to adjuvants, to the adjuvants and those things. Any of those. That's why I didn't get the schmacks too. I didn't want to argue about it. I said, oh no, the adjuvants and those things could kill me. I could go into anaphylactic shock. Good for you, Michelle. What's the link, Mary? Lunar site. But yeah. This is available. We should be using it. I don't use it as much as I should. The tones drive Cowboy up the wall sometimes, but he's a cat. I can kind of understand that. They must seem terribly loud to him. Terribly, terribly loud. Cool. Oh, good, Michelle. We don't want anything happening to you on the road again. Oh, I'm supposed to tell you all that you're being watched over, especially if you come to my channel and you're part of this. You're being watched over because you don't understand your importance. This is not to give you a big head or anything. This is just to let you know you're not going unnoticed. Everything you're going through is for a reason, and you are being watched after. And I think Michelle kind of got that message tonight, very obviously. She's being watched over. We're being watched over by our angels, by our guides, by our own beloved passed on ones, and a whole bunch of people who actually care about us. God. I've been saved millions of times. Oh, you don't have to, Pammy. They believe in you. Uh, oh, I've tried the quantum radionic stuff too. That's another thing. I've tried several of the quantum things. Um, there's been there are a lot of things that uh, we could use. We should all be using, consumerism is one of the problems. We can't afford it when it does become available, even. Finally it becomes available, we can't even half of us afford it. That's radionics, very expensive stuff. Pammy, you have asked the universe a question. You can expect to receive an answer. Probably not from me, though. Might be from me. It might be in another way. So, Pammy, you've asked a question. Be prepared. You might get an answer. I feel you will. Yes, Michelle Cannon. I keep telling you, you are divine. You are divine creators. But it's more than that, really. You'll see. You'll get an answer. And even everybody may have a slightly different answer. That's okay too. Oh yes, me too. Better than arguing with them. Like I said, I'm allergic to all those adjuvants. Oh, you need this drug or that drug. Whoa, the last time I took something like that, I got so sick. I don't know. My medical history got erased. They don't know. I have to tell them. So, oh yeah, my medical history. Oh, that kind of stuff. Oh, I can get very, very sick from that. Of course, I do a little research. Tell them what could happen. What could happen to me? Oh my gosh, I found out. I shouldn't be taking this. Mm, I always recover from everything. I've always recovered from everything. That's why I'm still here. But yeah, and I'm honing in now on some of the stuff that's been chronic. So I'm gonna get there. I'm gonna I'm gonna I'm gonna bust through all of these limitations. I've already decided it's already a done deal. I've already decided, first of all, I don't have to die till I'm ready. When I'm ready, I'll only die when I'm getting ready if I feel like it. And I've decided that I'm going to make myself well. I'm going to have a whole body again. I've decided that I'm going to unlock one by one all my godlike superpowers. These are good goals, bucket list. Sure. Why not? Why not something like that? I've already got, uh, and it's funny because I know that when he came, the way that he came in just before COVID hit, just before I moved, when I was seeing myself being taken out on a stretcher, when I was seeing myself die, I was having visions of my own death on the way. That's why he came in. He was there to collect me in case I chose to go ahead and die. He was going to catch me, take me home with him. That's why he came in so clear. I was on the verge of dying. That's when you see stuff like that the clearest, is when you're on the verge of death, or you train yourself how to do that. Okay. Ah, it's really time. We're, nearly 4 hours, you guys. No wonder Cowboy is yelling at me. And he's upset. He wants his mommy. He wants to cuddle with mommy. It's way past our bedtime. He's just like a man in that regard. It's like, come cuddle with me. Come cuddle with me. Come to bed, darling. You've been up too long. I deserve some love too. Ah, okay, Cowboy. We're wrapping it up here. 4 hours is long enough. Nearly 4 hours, geez. I haven't done a 4 hours in a while. You guys, I love you. Oh, no, rebounders are, but nobody's ever allowed me to have one. Every time I get one, they take it away from me. They find some reason for me not to have it. So, uh, oh, I make smoothies all the time. I make smoothies. I have my shaky platform, my vibrating platform. Ooh, vibrator. Vibrating platform does the same thing as a rebounder, and it has been helping me. It's very good for lymphatic problems, and it has been helping me. So I'll talk about I'll talk about the vibrating platform sometime, and it does the same as a rebounder. But yeah, I have a rebounder right there. I'm not even allowed to have one here. I might pull it out and use it anyway, but I'm not allowed to have one. I guess people have done all kinds of damage with this kind of thing. Uh, Michelle Cannon Free, please get yourself some Boswellia, some frankincense. I'll give you I'll give you the link. Well, I'll spell it again. Please get yourself some Boswellia and try it. So you don't have to go through this all the time. You can get it right off Amazon. It's not hard. I can't do stairs right now. I can't do stairs. I have balance issues that if I don't walk with a walker, I can go. I'm still working on that. We don't even know why I have that. They haven't even found anything wrong with me to have that. So I don't know why that's happening, but there's all kinds of things like that. I'm working on them. I'm knocking them down slowly one by one. One by one. I'm gonna be okay. I'm You need some. It's not that expensive. It's not that expensive. I paid, I think, $14 for a month's supply. Might be able to get it at a health food store cheaper. I don't know. Probably not though. Might be able to get it somewhere cheaper. Boswellia. It's good for infections. Silver is another thing that's good for infections. Get yourself some colloidal silver. Okay. Oh yeah, I love swimming. But you know what? I keep thinking I have got to manifest somewhere to go swimming around here with all this water, but yet nowhere to go swimming that I can go swimming um, safely. Of course, I can't take my walker in a pool, but I don't need it in the pool, but I can't take my walker to the beach very well. Um, I gotta manifest something like that. I will. I think this summer I'll finally manifest something like that. Well, I try to look after you guys myself. Honestly, am I not? I hope you realize I'm trying to look after you myself as well as your host of angels and spirit guides and loved ones on the other side are too. I'm trying to do that too. That's part of my job too. I'm a tester. Maybe you are too. You know, come in and tell us what worked for you. We'll spread the word. That's one of the things we have to do. We kind of have to look out for ourselves and each other too, right? You know what? This is also something I did, and it pissed off some of the natural people, but for a while until I, I actually did take um, just like a Claritin, and I will take it every now and then. I'll take something like Claritin's not that bad for you, but I took something like that once in a while just to get away. Had to change my lifestyle. If you've got a running sinus infection long term, look for mold in your home. And I just got told that. Look for mold. Where in your home is a source of it looks like mold to me? You may be very, very allergic to mold, and if you are, you're going to have to get rid of whatever it is, or maybe even move. Once I did that, I moved to a drier place, got away from the mold. I don't hardly have those symptoms anymore. The infection comes from a I'm getting it's a chronic exposure to something that's sparking that. It's keeping you from being able to get entirely well. The boss Willie should help you. Oh yeah, oregano oil is really good. Right, right. Because you can have a vent. It can be an event. It can be in your air conditioner. It could be air conditioners are really bad for that. There's certain places are really bad. Look, any wet area, anything that gets wet, look for mold. mold will give you a chronic problem. It did at my other place. My other place had mold, and I knew I had to get out of there. It even had black mold in the walls. I did my best to keep mold out of my life, but if I had stayed there during COVID, I probably would have died. I was so sick once I got out of there. As I was detoxing, it was absolutely horrible. Yeah, oregano oil is good. Of course, you know the basics. You know the basic stuff that's good for you, I'm sure. Things like garlic, things like apple cider. Ah, apple cider vinegar. Vinegar helps kill fungus. That might help. Like I said, silver for an infection. Your stuff is silver. Um, I have silver cream too that I use. But also anti-inflammatory. Like I said, the boswellia is good for infection. Um, the tea that I make is good anti-inflammatory because mucus is an inflammatory response. Um, and I gave the recipe for that a few shows ago, but it's basically something I concocted, maybe with the help of the Bigfoot. I don't know. Um, it's turmeric, ginger, and I use the fresh root, lemon, pepper, salt. All those things work synergistically, and I mean sea salt or Himalayan salt, not regular salt. And just a touch, and a touch of pepper to activate the turmeric, and all of those work synergistically together. You can also add in a little, if you're feeling really under the weather, add in a little apple cider vinegar. And that should really shake up anything that's bothering you. However, you might have a detox period. And, detoxing can be as bad as having the disease sometimes. So, for a little while. Yeah. Oh, yeah, honeycomb. Oh, you're in the desert and you're getting mold symptoms? Oh, yikes. That would have to be like a air conditioner or something. Yikes. That doesn't even make sense. Oh, I know people who take ACV all the time. Doesn't hurt them. It actually helps with fungus infestations in your body. But I never heard of ACV being a scam. Gonna have to research that. Yeah, I take it every day. I have a teaspoon or less in a big glass of water. Barely taste it. But if you don't want to take ACV, take lemon juice. That'll help too. As a matter of fact, one guy, one of the doctors that touts natural remedies says if you take lemon and ACV with just a dash of salt, your body will love you. Whoever's the doctor that says that, your body will love you. But Mandel, maybe, yeah. But yeah, I know people who have taken it for years and years and years. And I've started taking it again to make sure I'm free of um, all the fungus. So I don't know. I will research it though. I'll research it and see what, who says what about it. I'm very tired. I am tired now. I can tell my voice has slowed down. And Cowboy is yelling at me to get to bed. He's not my husband. We're just going together. Honest though, he's like a man sometimes. He's like, Mom, will you get to bed? I want to go to sleep. Turn out the light. Stop talking. Hmm. Okay, I'll do some research. Anyway, well, yeah, I stopped taking it for a long time. ACV, I stopped using it for a long time. Uh, One thing I never could figure out it though is how lemon, which is acid, can make your body more alkaline. I don't know. How about the Moroccan olive oil with the polyphenols? I got some of that. It's delicious. Moroccan olive oil is actually very delicious. It's got a sort of a nutty flavor. I found out I got some called Mina from Amazon. It's delicious. I even put a little bit in my coffee. However, with any of these things, like if you start putting um, olive oil in your coffee, and one of my friends found this out, for the first day, you might get the runs. It'll pass. You know, in a day or two, you'll be fine. But anytime you make a big change, you're going to get maybe the runs. You risk getting the runs. You eat good sauerkraut, decent sauerkraut, you risk getting the runs from that too. Till your body adjusts, you know, almost anything you do like that, your body's going to have to adjust to it. But it's good for you, you know. It's not really bad to for your system to be cleaned out. It's not bad. It's actually helpful. So, yeah. Wow. There are days when there's almost nobody here, and then there's days where everybody is here until for hours. It's strange. I never know. I know. almost nobody showed up yesterday. And then today, everybody's showing up and wants to talk a long, long time. And I wasn't really prepared for it, but it's okay. I mean, I'm really enjoying talking to you. But I am going to have to shut down because I feel myself running down. I need to. I need to relax. Oh, we'll talk about fermented food again. Maybe Wednesday. I'll share you some cooking tips. Maybe we'll share cooking tips on Wednesday. Oh yeah, I put olive oil. I like I said, it's very tasty olive oil. I put a little shot of it in my coffee even. Moroccan olive oil has a lot of polyphenol. By the way, you guys, you're all fatheads. You need fat. This low fat phenomena, it's got to stop. Don't eat that stuff. You need fat for your brain. You can't think right without fat. Okay, you got to have it. Don't fall for it. It's a scam. Absolutely. So we're all fatheads. Mhm. And I make raw sauerkraut. I recommend you make raw sauerkraut. Oh my goodness. It's like pickles. It's kind of like pickled cabbage is what it is. So good. It's so easy. I will talk about it Wednesday. It's so easy to make. So easy. You can make it. Just get yourself some cabbage. You can actually ferment anything, just about anything, and it'll come out wonderful. So any kind of vegetable material, and I guess there are some other things like somebody was talking about pickled eggs, cabbage eggs, and sausage, and it comes out great. So yeah, just it'll make its own vinegar. It'll make its own type of vinegar. You don't need to add vinegar to it or anything. It makes its own with saline. All you need is a clean jar and saline, and you can make fermented, wonderful fermented food. It's so good. And we'll talk about it maybe Wednesday. How's that? Hmm. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. All of these things we'll talk about. Okay, I'll see you Wednesday. And we'll talk about all of this kind of stuff Wednesday. I guess we'll talk a little bit more about cooking and how to cook healthy and what to eat and what we're eating that's made us feel better. How's that? Okay, love you guys. Remember, the truth is where you find it. Don't forget to tell people you love them. You'll feel better about it if they leave. I mean, you know, it's always nice to let them know in person. But if you can, telling them after they're on the other side, they'll still hear you. Don't forget. They always hear you. All you have to do is think about them, they'll hear you. That's one of our gifts on the other side. We all get mind speak. Okay, loves. Um, Death is a lot different than you've been told. I'm just going to leave you with that. Way different, very, very different. Okay, so we'll talk about that too. Okay, love you all. Truth is where you find it. Hope you're finding some here. Remember that you are divine. I say that every show. Remember that you are divine. And you are creators. Create wisely. And remember that your words create, so speak well. And until then, dream big and dream well. And I'll see you again on Wednesday, hopefully, at 10:10, probably. I am thinking of moving my time up to 8 o'clock, though, on at least Sunday, so I can have guests on that have to be on earlier, which I might do. So we might be looking at a Sunday time of 8 o'clock. We'll see. Okay, I love you. Bye bye. See you next time.